Everyone. All right, so we're here in the third video. AI therapist in a day. So much for that, huh? I mean, I guess the point is like I'm trying to get this done in as short a time as possible. And unfortunately, yesterday and the day before, I just had a bunch of interruptions that made it impossible for me to kind of finish it in like one session or one day even. But that's okay because I'm only working on this project during the time that I'm streaming. So really, I'm trying to figure out like how long it's actually going to take me from the point of idea to the point of execution and launch. And then hopefully in the future, I can dial it in so that I can launch products quicker rather than, um, you know, stressing over it not being in the same session. But anyway, all right, let's see where we're at. So yesterday we were working on the billing part. So billing part for this AI therapist and billing is a third step from the end. I mean, this is the part in the project where I start to lose momentum. I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be very transparent. This is the part where I typically lose momentum, and I kind of feel like it's an endless slog. Things are taking way too long. It doesn't help that OpenAI just released, a new voice model, but they haven't released it yet, right? They showed the demos, and it's kind of like this stage in between where you don't have access to the thing, so you can't like actually use it to launch something. But at the same time, you just feel stressed that okay, this is pointless. Like this entire exercise is pointless because it's going to be it's going to be like superseded by whatever OpenAI is going to release when it eventually releases it. Anyway, the voice API is not actually out, so it's probably going to be another week or a couple weeks. But man, it's exciting. So I can't wait to kind of use that um, and create a product out of that. But hey, maybe we'll have something to release by the end of today that we'd be able to show off to everyone. Anyway, so let's see. Add webhook to update balance on successful payment. Let's see. Let's take stock of where we're at right now. So if I go to terminal, um, let's hit the all right, local host. We're still signed in. All right, so it says hello. Looks like we are, and then we can call Emily. Is Emily one of them? Say look. No, there's no Emily. Let's get Kelly on the line. All right, so we have a balance of zero, and we're no, we don't have a balance of zero. This is our top up dialog. All right, cool. So I don't know if this mode is okay. Like, I think it just makes sense to switch to light mode. I prefer IU light bordered. All right, so we're gonna add one unit and try to top up, and this should actually create the checkout session for us. So we can see, I need to fix how this is being created. And the way we do that is by going to Stripe product and modifying it. So currently it shows zero point 0.5 USD for 2 units. And so I guess like you would have to specify how many minutes you want. Um, yeah, okay. So how many minutes you want, you would specify the call time. And so you'd specify a number of minutes and then it would calculate it. 1 minute call time. Okay. Okay, so All right, let's update the product. 1 minute call time, and then I guess we need to make this uh, the default price. Cool. All right, so I think if we go back, I don't know if the price ID actually changed. It looks like it did. So I'll go back here to Stripe and paste in the new price ID, and then this got canceled and then returned to uh, the webhook URL. All right, so I think I would need to configure the proper like webhook. This is the retail webhook? That's weird. Oh, Kelly, yeah. Let's try again. This time you would specify how many minutes you want. So I want 10 minutes. Okay, so I don't think I'm passing the quantity. Let's go ahead and modify that. Right, so amount. And then when you click submit payment, we should specify the amount. We have quantity, and then we should specify, yeah, we should set the quantity. All right, cool. So we just put that there. All right, yeah, let's give it a shot. Go back. You set what the quantity in minutes you want is. So let's say 10 minutes. What's the problem? Right. Quantity is required. Add quantity to line items. Oh, weird. Okay. It's not getting the quantity. It's a debug. Oh, right. I guess we could rename this and rename this. And yeah, let's try again. So let's put 10 minutes. You're going to top off 10 minutes, and then you're going to receive a quantity of 10. All right, let's go. Redirected, 1 minute call time, quantity 10.5 each. What does it say 1 minute call time? Oh, okay. All right, so maybe we should modify the title here. Speak to an AI. Okay, so one last test here. Um, let's do call Kelly. Just making sure that everything is looking good. So again, we're gonna do 15 minutes. Call time with an AI builds per minute. Speak with any AI of your choice. Builds per minute at 0.5 minute. Quantity 15, 0.5 each. That gives you 7.5. I think this is pretty good. So now we can do a test. All right, let's pay. And do we have the Stripe webhook set up? I don't think so. We have retail. Webhooks retail API, webhooks Stripe. What? That's weird. Base URL. Okay. All right. So probably need to modify the environment variables to set base URL to localhost, which I will do now. Localhost 3000. Cool. So now it'll take us back to localhost 3000 API webhooks Stripe, and then it's not actually going to be the web. You don't want to come back to the webhooks URL. You want to come back to the same. You probably want to come back to the same page that you had called. So in this case, what we could do is create checkout session. We'll pass in slug. Uh, yeah, we'll pass in the URL actually. So const and redirect URL, or rather return URL. All right, so here we'll have return URL. Yep. And then we'll simply replace this with return URL. Success and canceled, or success equals false. Okay. And maybe without that, just this, right? Okay, cool. So that gives us the return URL, and then we're able to come back and we're going to receive a webhook for Stripe as well, and we're going to set that up. So I might as well just copy this, and here I don't think we need types. I don't need retail either, and uh, we're going to do validation. So we're going to do a bunch of stuff here, but I think this is the structure for the webhook. And right, so let me just make sure, add webhook to update bounds. So implement modal for bounds top up, that's already done. We fixed the issue that we had with the display and the calculation not being accurate. Now add webhook to update bounds on successful payment. So now we need to receive a webhook that tells us when the payment is successful and when it isn't. And webhooks, I believe, you configure. Where is it? Let's see. All right, let me open this up here. So the all right, so Stripe has this thing called Workbench, which is in beta. You have to enable this through beta, but it gives you access to this, and you can configure your webhook. Uh, and we would be interested in uh, payment dot. There's a completed checkout session dot completed. This is the one. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that you want. And this would require a live endpoint URL. All right, so this will go to whatever URL you specify. I'm putting, you need a therapist.com/API webhooks Stripe. Okay, let's create that destination. That's obviously going to fail because I haven't deployed to that URL yet. That's okay. We're going to have local listeners. So Okay. Right. Okay. So I believe I'm already logged into Stripe, but maybe just verify this. Uh, I can do this in the other window, just so I'm not exposing my account details. Right. Okay. Cool. All right. So now we can listen and forward to a particular address. In my case, it's going to be API, webhooks, Stripe, like I said earlier. So, well, okay, that's doing its thing, and we have a local secret that we would need to. I think we need to. Yeah, we need to configure this in the environment variables. So let's do this. Okay, so now I can go here and trigger the. I can trigger the event. Check dashboard for event details. All right, so we can actually receive the response here. So if I wanted to take a look at the data from this object, I can do that here. Uh, so let's do res, so JSON stringify res. And the reason I need this is if we want to parse, let me just format that. All right, so let's see what options we're getting back. So data, you have the object. I think you can easily parse this using Stripe. Stripe has its own types for this sort of thing. Let me see, Stripe docs parse webhook Next.js. I don't think it matters that it's Next.js, but JavaScript. Okay, okay. Create a handler. Nice. Okay, so event.data.object. Okay, that's what you want. Okay, cool. So the event, you have event. There was actually a way, I don't remember exactly how. Let me check. We did this in another project. I think it was, there's this one. Yeah, okay. So first things first, let me just go ahead and stop this. So you can get the Stripe signature, and then you need to verify the Stripe signature. And you do that by doing this. So response, next response. You import from here. Okay, require end. And you need the Stripe library. Okay, cool. So, and then you handle the actual. So here you would say uh, handle checkout session completed, and then you would pass in event.data.object. All right. And yeah, you would initialize Stripe here at the very top. Okay. All right, cool. So event.data.object, Stripe checkout session, and metadata. Yeah, I mean, it's nice if you're able to parse the metadata. I don't think it's required. We'd actually be able to look things up by yeah, we'll parse user ID. So metadata schema in our case is just going to be uh, import z from Zod, and then const metadata schema is going to be z dot object, just user ID. Uh, and actually, it would make sense to export this from the same place where we're actually setting it. So that would be inside actions, I believe. Yeah, inside actions. So we could just export the metadata schema here, and then to metadata schema dot parse. So in this case, like we could drop quantity. I don't think you need it, and we should probably just call this Stripe metadata schema. All right, and then we can import it here. App call slug actions, and then Stripe metadata schema dot parse. That's going to return the user ID. Yeah, okay. So you can get the, wait, we parse the customer ID, session.customer as string. So we have the customer ID. All right, we'll set the data in a sec. Let me just finish this. So default, you're going to throw a new error. You're not actually going to throw a new error. We will return um, an unexpected event type instead. And here, what's the issue here? Payment intent. Oh, okay. All right. So we're calling payment intent dot succeeded. Yeah, that's my bad. This would be checkout dot session dot completed. How cool is it that it's actually parsing? Wow, this is crazy. It's actually parsing. Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, so break and then returns. Okay, we are good. So this will parse the event, allow us to handle it, and we just need to make sure that our schema. So user schema will need to update, and we'll need to add the new payment. So because the account's now been credited, you should be able to update the payment. Do we need to update the user? I think we just need to set the customer ID, set the Stripe customer ID on the user. Oh, by the way, like since we're creating this Stripe session, we need to make sure that a we always create a customer. Where's the part where we actually create the session? Yeah, here. So creating the customer is optional on Stripe. So customer, let me see how I did that earlier. Mm, Yeah, there's customer creation needs to be set to always in order to create the payment because it's not turned on by default when you create a payment. It's only turned on by default if you're creating a subscription where it's necessary. Anyway, anything else? No, I think that's good. So we update the database, we insert the payment. We'll set the Stripe customer ID if we have it available, which we will in all cases. So Stripe customer ID will exist. Let's see what else. Calls, payments. Oh, by the way, auto refill. Like we should have an option here for auto refill, right? Add checkbox for auto refill. Oh, come on. Fire up the refill state. While you're doing that, we update the Stripe customer ID if it's not already set. Actually, no, you don't need to do that. Insert the payment record. All right, so prisma.payment.create. We're going to pass in user ID, the amount, which is going to be, where are we going to get the amount from? Session amount total? Discounts and taxes? Let's take a look at the object that we got back. So data object, and then that was the amount. Let's do, yeah, amount. Is it on session? Oh, that's the charge, not the session. Handle checkout session. What did we trigger? When I triggered Stripe trigger payment intent succeeded. Oh, that's not the one that we wanted. We want checkout.session.completed. Okay, so let's trigger that and parse the data and see what we get back. Yeah, amount total is all you get back. And I think you're missing a few other things. So Stripe payment ID, session.payment intent. Okay. Yeah, I think this will do it, but let's go ahead and trigger it just to test out the response here. So yeah, let's trigger. I'll use line items and all. Please use line items price or price data. In this API version, please use line items price or price data. Really? That's what we're using here. Oh, so the fixture that they're using to generate this event is invalid. Weird. Okay, that's A newer version of Stripe CLI is available. Maybe we need to update. Wow. Okay. Um, I'm not really sure if that's what I want to do. Uh, okay. I'm just going to try triggering this on my own. So we'll go back to here. Go to call Kelly. And then, do we have this running? Oh, I don't. Let's run that. API webhooks Stripe. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Cool. Oh, there's Stripe for VS Code. I didn't know that. Very cool. All right, so let's do 100. We're buying 100 minutes. Oh, there's an error. Found object. Okay. That's because we're exporting from here. Yeah, probably don't want to do that. And instead have like a types and then just import it in here and do the same from here. So where's our other actions file? Here. Yeah, so we're going to import this from, oh, we're already doing that. So webhooks, Stripe. Yeah, that's going to get imported from types. Okay, cool. That'll fix that. All right, so 100 minutes. Let's go. All right, we're going to Stripe. All right, let's pay. And any luck, we'll start getting. All right, so got the user ID from the session metadata. Let's take a look at the session object. Okay, where is the amount? So we're interested in getting the amount. Let's see where that is. Amount, subtotal, amount, total. Okay, so amount then. Oh, don't I need to divide that by 100? Crazy. All right. Um, okay, so that's going to be constant amount equals. All right, so we're going to save the amount. And then what else do we need? Payment, user, Stripe payment ID. Yeah, Stripe payment ID. That's the payment intent. Let's take a look at that. ID. I guess maybe the ID instead, or payment intent. Yeah, payment intent. That sounds like what we're after. Right. So Stripe payment ID. Payment status is paid. Okay. And then you have a checkout session status, which tells you, I guess the payment status is what you're after. Yeah. So it's okay if we keep it as payment status paid. Right. Yeah. I think this is perfect. We should be able to finish that and then be able to check our payment table and find all of the details that we need. Oh, amount is 5,000. That's 50, right? Okay, cool. All right, very nice. So this is done. Done. So we're done with the Stripe webhook processing. Cut calls that run out of balance. Cool. Close this. Auto refill. We're actually not doing anything with auto refill. Implement auto refill. That'll be the last task. So I'll keep that there. Add app. Yeah. And try. Okay. Cool. Got calls that run out of bounds. So here we're going to have to monitor calls. I don't need that anymore. Let's kill this. So we're going to have to monitor calls, and then whenever we find a call that exceeds the, yeah, we're not doing it. Oh, here, right. Let me just update this. Uh, okay, yeah, let's just add that. Okay, all right. Um, so now we want to monitor the calls, and we want to make sure that if a call runs out of bounds, then we we cut it off. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to check balance. How are we going to do this? I mean, you can check balance. Essentially, what you're going to have is you're going to need to know there are a couple pieces of information we're going to need. The first is the balance. Um, that'll tell you minutes remaining, and then current call duration, ongoing call duration. That's going to tell you the time remaining. We'll probably need to know auto refill and auto refill. No, you actually don't need to know auto refill because if you're doing like if the auto refill logic is going to be happening in the background, then you wouldn't need to worry about auto refill. Yeah, yeah, that's true. You wouldn't need to worry about auto refill. So the basic algorithm is going to be, all right, so every minute or every less than a minute, if balance is less than auto refill uh, threshold, then pay auto refill amount. If balance is less than zero, then end call. That's it. They're two separate operations. It's not like you have to do it. Um, you have to sort of merge the logic together. I think you just need two separate operations. One that takes care of, because this is happening at different times. The auto refill threshold would be like $2, I think. So if it's less than the auto refill threshold, the payment will be made, and you need to make sure that this is only done once. So ideally, you can wait. Uh, so this should be latching. Like you could have payment attempted, and then set payment attempted, and then if it fails, you should not attempt payment if it's already been attempted and it failed. You only attempt it once. And so that way you don't have like multiple recurring charges, or you have some sort of race condition where a payment's been sent out and then you trigger the check again a minute later, and the payment still hasn't been processed for whatever reason. And you don't want to attempt payments multiple times. Uh okay. All right. Cool, cool. Cool. So let's see if we can get AI to do this. We need to make sure that we end calls. Make sure add logic to end calls when the user's balance is consumed. Additionally, there's an auto refill option. Do we have the balance function imported? Check balance, or get balance. Yeah, there it is. What does that use? How much was paid for? Okay, so only consider uh, those where status is paid. The check should happen every minute. Okay, start. Let's see. This is getting super complicated. There's a lot of call related uh, logic, obviously, and then some timer related logic as well. So I kind of want to separate the two, but it's okay if we just lump everything together for now. If it is ongoing, you'll set interval every second, and then balance check interval is going to be, oh, okay, the interval that already exists, you're going to keep as is. This is every second to update the call duration indicator. We also check balance every minute. Get balance if balance less than zero, ending call, and then you would end call. And then you would clear interval to end call. Yeah, okay. All right, this looks okay. I don't know why it needs to add that trailing close bracket there. Okay, so check balance, balance depleted. Oh, okay. So it's actually not considering the current duration of the call in determining whether the balance is depleted or not. So let's actually undo that. We need to retrieve the balance and account for the ongoing for the cost of the ongoing call at 0.50 a minute. All cost per minute. We have this in constants, so we can just import that from there. Okay, balance check, minutes passed. Cost of call is minutes passed times cost call per minute. Current balance less than cost of call. Insufficient balance. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So let's apply that. All cost per minute we don't need. We're going to replace that with cost per minute. Very nice. I think we are good to go. I think we are good to go. And now, so we haven't added any of the, we say this? So we can actually test this out now. But we haven't added any of the logic to cut calls. That should be good. Uh, implement auto refill if calls overrun. Calls overrun? What does that mean? Implement auto refill calls. Anyway, implement auto refill. Yeah, that's descriptive enough. Let's run this, test it out. Really? I just merged it. Weird. Do I need to push? All right. Let me just restart this just in case. So ongoing call duration gives you time remaining and then auto refill. All right. Success equal true. Oh, you need to add a modal that tells you add modal showing parent result. Okay. So that'll be a simple thing. You just detect the parameter and then um, you just update it. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and test this. We're going to add, I don't think we need to top up anything. We can show the balance. So here we can show, yeah, balance. So what you could do is track balance and show it in the UI. All right. Nice. I like how it refactored the code that retrieves bounds into an update balance function, and then it called that function instead of implementing it here. That's pretty nice. Cool. And fix the trailing close bracket, of course. Refresh. All right, nice. So current balance is actually not zero. Why is it showing zero? Really? Zero? Weird. Why is it showing zero? Okay, refresh. It's not triggering. Let's try again. Okay, current balance is still showing as zero, which is weird. Why is current balance zero, at least initially? Like you would expect update balance? What's going on? Wait, get balance. Okay. Why is it not debugging? Weird. Why is this not working, guys? Why can't I debug? Wait, get current user? I'm supposed to step into this function. Let me run it again. Huh. I should be able to debug this function. I mean, this is crazy. Let's try again. So refresh. All right, get the current balance. Get the current balance. User.credits plus total paid minus total spent. For some reason, total paid, I've already got total paid. I know I have total paid is 50 here. So why is it not showing? That's my question. Let's debug this. And it's not triggering the debug. What? Yo, what's going on? Weird. Weird. Not sure why this is not happening. Hmm. I don't know, man. I get it. I uh, I just don't get it. I mean, So here it's calling, where's the bit where it calls the server? Oh, class name did not match. Why is it not triggering on page load? React use effect. If is ongoing. Oh, okay. All right. So it only shows if ongoing, then it triggers the update bounce. But don't you call update bounce initially? Oh, on conversation started. Okay. I mean, that's pretty weird. Like, why wouldn't you check the bounce when you first? That's a weird place to put it in, yo. Weird. Okay. And why would it be dependent on bounce? Bounce check in. I guess it's because you're using the bounds here. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I don't think you need to re-trigger this based on bounce. It doesn't make sense. So instead, what you could do is just return current balance and just have update balance, and then just do const balance equals this, and then you can remove balance from here because it doesn't really make sense. And then we'll have a separate use effect update balance when you first load. All right, refresh. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, 53 bucks. That's our balance. So this is going to be the result of the payment that we made here. So we can make this $1, and then initial, like you can see, initial credits were, I think, 3 here. You can make it 2.5. And we haven't used any calls, so as a result, I think your call table is empty. Oh, your cost is actually not set, so let's clear that. Okay, so we have 350. Let's see if it actually does the calculation properly. So let's go ahead and try this out.
Hello, I'm Joe, your AI therapist. What's your name?
Hey Joe, my name is Yazin. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking, Yasin. What brings you in today? How can I assist you?
Man, I've just got a lot going on in my life right now. I'm trying to build this AI therapist, and I feel like I really need a therapist in order to finish the project. You know what I mean?
It sounds like you're under a lot of pressure with your project, Yasin. Building something like an AI therapist can be quite challenging. What part of the project is stressing?
All right, so end of the conversation. Let's wait for those webhooks to come in. Call. Okay, so call's done. Duration in seconds is actually off. I don't know if the webhook came in correctly. Wait, I think the webhook hit the wrong. Yeah, probably hit the wrong endpoint. That's what's going on. Um, can you set it to localhost? That won't work though. It's not running locally, so a localhost webhook would make zero sense. But I'm pretty sure, like, if you go to the retail dashboard, we need to route the webhook to the local, yeah, webhook site. There it is. Yeah, so we got the webhook, but uh, nice. We got the webhook, but it's not wired up, and so the cost would actually be off. I would need to verify that the cost is being calculated correctly. So duration seconds is 37. The cost is going to be like 50 cents. Let's do a refresh. I'll assume it's updating correctly. So if I do a refresh here, Okay, so we have $3 left because we used up 50 cents. Very nice. Very nice. Auto refill. Do we have that implemented? That's what we were working on? I was actually working on ending the call. So let's test that out. So assuming the current call, so you paid $1 here. I'm going to say this is unpaid, so that just gets ignored. And initial credit was zero point 0.5. So now you have a balance of zero. So you shouldn't be able to start the call to begin with, right? Ah, right. So when you start the call, it should get rejected. I guess at the register call step here, if the user don't allow them to make the call, uh, if once balance equals, it's less than or equal to zero through a new error. Okay, don't even let them make the call in the first place. And that's a server-side check. So your current balance is in fact zero. Let's see what happens when you start the conversation. It'll get rejected and you get insufficient balance. And there's an error on the client side, right? You would need to capture that error and process it somehow. So this is a server-side check that we're doing. Cool. And if balance less than cost of call, uh, start the call, error insufficient balance. You're returning a 500 error. Nice. Okay, perfect. That's it. So we're doing the checks. Now, what I want to check is if you actually start a call with sufficient balance, will it cut it off after a minute? That's my question. Like, are we actually going to cut off the call after a minute? So I'm going to give myself $1 in credits. We've already used 50 cents, so you should be able to initiate the call now, which we can. Perfect. Let's go ahead and start the call.
Hello, I'm Joe, your AI therapist. What's your name?
Hey Joe, my name's Yasin.
Nice to meet you, Yasin. What brings you in today?
Well, where do I begin, you know?
Take your time, Yasin. Start with what feels most pressing to you right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much going on. It's hard to even think straight.
It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed. Let's try to tackle one thing at a time. What's one specific issue that's been on your mind lately?
And I'm just taking forever to finish working on this little project at work. Can I tell you more about the project?
Absolutely, Yasin. Tell me more about the project and what's been making it challenging for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is an AI therapist project and insufficient balance ending call. There we go, folks. Conversation ended. This is perfect. This is exactly what I hoped would happen. So we did it, boys. Cut calls, implement auto refill. Okay. I keep coming back to things that I'm supposed to already have checked off. So let's go ahead and save this. Balance checks done. All right. So implement auto refill. Here, implement the auto refill. Uh, implement auto refill such that users with a balance when the balance falls below the auto refill amount. When auto refill is enabled and the balance falls below the user specified. Such that when auto refill is enabled and the balance falls below the user specified auto refill amount, the payment is initiated. Okay, so for this, we're going to have to implement a few more functions. So first is process async function process auto trigger auto refill. For this, we need to and we be able to get the user, and then we know the amount, the auto refill amount, and so we can easily trigger the auto refill amount, like the appropriate auto refill amount. It's just that we need the trigger from the client, so the client will have to tell us when to trigger the auto refill. Okay, cool. So for this, we just need user, get current user, that's correct, and then not balance, but you'd have to say. I don't know if we need to add an additional check or if it's okay to just assume that the auto refill logic already exists outside of this particular function. So yeah, I think it's probably safe to do that. So we just need to get the if not user dot stripe customer ID return and artifact customer, and then const. So then you're going to call stripe. Wait. Amount is going to be user dot auto refill amount, currency is USD, customer is Stripe customer ID, and the data is the trigger is going to be auto refill. Oh, but this is payment intent. So it's not actually a checkout session, it's going to be payment intent. So we need to update the webhook to process payment intents as well, right? Okay. Stripe metadata.schema, payment intent.metadata. That's going to give us the user ID. Okay. Payment create, payment intent.id, amount, and status. Perfect. Okay, this is for auto refill. Nice. That was super simple. Cool. So now we're handling. Okay, so implement auto refill such that when auto refill is enabled and the balance falls below the user specified auto refill amount, the payment is initiated. Do we have the user? Uh, 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 uh. No, we don't. We don't have the user, so we probably have to retrieve the user first. And I think we can call get current user directly from the client. I mean, it's a server helper. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay, so when you first load the page, we would need to get the current user. You can get the current user, which includes using the get method in helper in helpers. Check the. All right, cool. Let's see what it comes up with. All right, so process payment, trigger auto refill payment. Cool. To implement the auto refill feature based on user settings when the balance falls below, you can modify update balance, check if auto refill is enabled, and if the balance is below the threshold, initiate a payment. Okay. Instead of create checkout session, use trigger auto refill. This make sure this is triggered once, no more than. Yep, that's what I thought. Auto refill triggered. Okay, and then check new state. Well, it's default. It's triggered by. You don't need this on component mount. I mean, why would you need that, right? It seems unnecessary. But yeah, I mean, the logic is okay except for that last part. I feel like that's unnecessary. Get rid of that. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to check that every time. Like you really only need the user once. Uh, get all get current user only once. Why is this not working? Apply. Update bounds. Oh, you moved the function up. Okay. All right. All right. I don't think you need to put it here. You can put it here if you like. So set balance and then return current balance. Everything okay? Yeah, so sometimes bounce might not be defined, uh, which is a problem. Oh, I guess you could do if user and all. So you would always return current balance. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's see if that works. So currently the balance should be 0. Not really, right? No, because we don't update I mean, you do have the call, but we never actually update. This would have been 60 seconds. Yeah, so your actual balance is in fact 0. Oh, auth and current user are only supported in app browser. If you're using Pages, try get help. Oh, really? Oh, where did I import current user from? Get current user. Okay. Ah, interesting. So you can't actually use it there? Outside the request scope. Hmm, interesting. I guess you could add it to, I mean, helpers.server. We do use server here, right? Yeah, okay, that worked. I just had to add use server. Weird. All right. Cool. So right now, if we start a conversation, that's going to fail. Insufficient balance, right? Um, but what you want to do instead is uh, test auto refill. Does the user have auto refill enabled? Yes, and auto refill amount is 5. So in this case, what we want to do is check this. So we're going to run a call, and the call is going to have 50. It's going to run for, let's see, let's get the user 1.5 in credits so that we can actually initiate the call. And the call is initiated with a short bounce. So the balance is actually below the auto refill threshold that we have for this user, which is $5. And no, the auto refill threshold is $2, right? Right? Yeah, it would be $2. Uh, where's the auto refill logic? Yeah, we'll add this to constants. Cool. All right, let's start the call.
Hello, I'm Joe, your AI therapist. What's your name?
Hey, how you doing, Joe?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How about you? What brings you in today?
You know, I just want to I just wanted to call and say thank you, Joe. I don't have any problems. I don't feel like anything's going wrong. Life's actually pretty good at the moment, for me at least. And yeah, I just wanted to call and say thanks.
That's wonderful to hear. I'm really glad things are going well for you. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or any way I can assist you further today?
I just like to learn how to become more grateful, like get this feeling uh, more consistently instead of like, once in my life.
That's a great goal. Practicing gratitude can be as simple as keeping a daily journal of things you're thankful for or setting aside time to reflect on positive moments. How does that sound to start with?
Okay, our credit actually ran out here, and this failed, but it didn't cut the call, which is weird. Like, why wasn't the call cut? Bounce check interval
That
should
does.
have cut the call. Weird. Minimum is 50 cents, huh? Right. The amount actually needs to be multiplied by 100. That's entirely my bad. I forgot. Right. All right. Cool. So now it should work. Now you wouldn't be able to, like, if you actually tried, you wouldn't be able to get the call going. Right. So this needs to be assigned a duration. This would be like 62. That would have been $1. So you have a negative balance now. Okay. I think with this final change, we'll be all done. I mean, all you'd need is a modal showing the payment results whenever you detect the parameter in the URL. Then you just, oh, would you look at that? It's already an hour 20 into the stream. Uh, Time flies when you're having fun, huh? All right, so let's just check to make sure this is okay, so I can check off all the bits here. We're gonna have a negative balance, right? So if we start, that should fail, and then uh, so all we need to do here is like make it 2.5 so that we can start the conversation and just make sure that it actually gets topped up during the course of the conversation.
Hello, I'm Joe, your AI therapist. What's your name?
Hey Joe, my name's Yazin, and let me tell you what's going on with me. I mean, I started working on this AI therapist, and OpenAI just yesterday, like literally last night, released or announced a new model called GPT-4o, O for Omnimodal, which allows models to process not just text, but also voice and images. And they haven't released this, but the demos that they released are mind blowing. I mean, they're way better than the conversation you and I are currently having. And that's got me freaked out, man.
Hi, Yasmin. It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed by the rapid advancements in AI technology. It's totally normal to feel that way given the pace of change. What aspect of this is most concerning to you?
What aspect? Oh, the conversation ended. Okay. Insufficient balance, ending call. But let's see if the payment actually came through. No, it looks like it didn't. At least the webhook didn't come through. Um, Weird. What's the error now? I mean, was the payment processed? Let's check Stripe and see. Uh, where is my Stripe dashboard? Let me check. 901. That was B. Let's see. 858. No, that's not it. Errors? Amount too small. And 12. Amount is 5. Sure, auto refill. Um, yeah, okay. But that's an old one, right? That's an old one. I want to see. Looks like the request wasn't even sent. That's updated. So refresh logs. Ah, by the way, I'm looking at this. So 1016 payment intents amount was 500. Okay, yeah, this actually worked. So the payment intent worked. Um, Auto refill. So so it worked. Yeah, the payment intent succeeded. But why was the webhook not released? Okay. I think we need to configure the webhook to. Okay, so I actually added the listener for that point, but I forgot um, to add the other event delivery. Oh, I need to add the listener for the other event, which is payment intent succeeded, which I forgot to include. Payment intent succeeded. So that wouldn't have worked. I should have done this when I was creating the webhook, but I forgot. So that's why it didn't get updated. Fantastic. Anyway, I think that's a win. We got auto refill done. The modal, this I'm actually going to do when we have the UI stuff. It's super straightforward, so it doesn't make sense to add it now as like a separate thing. You would just add it when we complete the design over here. So I'm pretty comfortable checking off Stripe billing as a done. This is a win for us. Next up, we have like the actual proper design in Figma. So we're gonna drop our developer hat and put on our creative designer hat. And then we're gonna bring that developer hat, pick it up off the floor, put it back on, and actually implement the design that we come up with in Figma in Tailwind and Next.js. So pretty happy with the progress so far. We're done with the chunkiest task so far, which is the billing. That was a super tricky one, but I'm pretty happy with where we are. And proper design and polish coming up next after this quick break. Stick around. All right. We are back. Let's see. Let's see where we're at. So we got AI therapy. All right. We're gonna be creating a new Figma for VS Code. What? That's pretty weird. Figma for VS Code? Huh. Wow, okay. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. Why am I just hearing about this? Figma for VS Code. All right, let's go ahead and add it. Extension. All right, I think that's done, but it'll probably need to sign in somewhere. Anyway, all right, so before we jump into Figma, I think we just need to sort of take stock of where we're at and what things we need to do. Basically, we're gonna have. I was originally going to say two screens, but it seems like we're going to have a third screen here for call logs. And hmm, I mean, I'm not sure how. Yeah, we kind of need to put it together. I kind of feel like maybe having some sort of bar at the bottom that says, call logs, kind of like the call application on mobile, where you have a tab bar at the bottom or a navigation bar, and then you can select whether you want to dial or you want to view call logs. Um, that would probably make sense. And that becomes visible once you're signed in. And it's not visible initially. So for the user that's just visiting the application the first time, they're not going to see it. And once you actually sign in, then you're able to see this bottom bar. I'm assuming most people would use this on mobile, so that's why I feel like it'd be relevant. How it's going to look on desktop, I have no idea. So definitely something we need to think through. Or maybe we just make it on mobile and then assume that desktop. Uh, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We need to figure this stuff out. That's what we need to do. So um, let's see. Okay. Uh, so this is dev mode. Payment failed. Couldn't charge your payment method. Please update. Otherwise, file editing will be locked. Got it. All right. So we'll start with. I usually do this on. I usually do it on mobile first. Depending on the application, like where I expect most people to use it. I think for this case, it's probably going to be a mobile, so I'll go ahead and set this up on mobile. All right, so real voice calls. Move this off to the side. Right. Now, I had a previous design that I made. I'm not sure that I can actually use this design. Uh, yeah, I'm not really sure if I can use this design, but maybe pieces of it. See, it's really similar to what we had going on. This was an old version that I'd envisioned, never actually implemented, but yeah, maybe something we can actually use here. AI therapist. That's where I got the idea for an AI therapist. All right, let's see. If we can keep it simple. So the general sort of logic here is start with grayscale and then start adding color. Mind-blowing AI therapist. Okay, it's gonna be large, so maybe like 34, maybe even bigger. This needs to be bigger. Right. Insert's fine. I'll do. Why do you keep showing up? All right. I typically do like maybe 10 off each side, probably closer to 12, something like that. All right. So real voice calls, slightly smaller. I don't like how this is looking. Uh, extra voice calls with mind-blowing AI therapists. Yeah, I don't think we need real voice calls. It's kind of obvious that it's going to be a real voice call. And then you're going to have the. So this is going to look similar to, I think, similar to your iPhone dialer screen. So we'll try and take that aesthetic. We'll carry that over. Um, you'll have a face here, and this could be like we could use Unsplash here. Do we have Unsplash? Yeah. Or random user. I think there's like random user. Yeah. So, woman face. Okay. So maybe this one. All right. So this would have a stroke. And give it a name. A call button. I mean, typically for icons, I like to get them from Hero Icons. Okay, we're gonna get solid. Yeah, there we go. Since this is the primary call to action, I think we need to have it. I don't know, like we'd probably, I would make this white, uh, maybe two, and then uh, maybe have a shadow. That's obviously too big. Mini. Okay, something like that. That looks horrible. It's okay. Like this is something that you need to realize. Just in the process of designing, you're gonna look at things and think, "Oh my God, this just looks absolutely horrible," and that's okay. That's all part of the process. Hopefully, you get closer to what it is you're actually looking for as you like evolve the design. Um, okay, so back to the actual design here, or the layout. So try it now. First call free. So for therapy, I'm kind of getting like a green vibe, similar to what we had before, and similar to it's like BetterHelp.com. Yeah, pastelly green. Okay, so not the sort of like super bright green, but more pastelly green. Yeah, you deserve to be happy. One hell of a CTA. Like, and not necessarily CTA, but it's a promise. You're promising happiness. Okay, like this color. We had so stone, maybe like stone, and then give this also stone, but 700. Instead of green, there are different types of greens. They have teal, emerald, green, and lime. Maybe lime. Yeah, I like lime. Right, that's working. What color is that? Stone? Oh, okay. Not really feeling the shadow here. Maybe a stroke. Slight, slight stroke with 200. Same here, like super light. Probably gonna be let's do 50, or actually just make it white. You can make it white and then give the background an off-white, maybe like 100 for the background. Yeah, that's better. Wonder what the iPhone dialer screen looks like. iPhone, oh, or maybe phone book. That's what it actually looks like, and then you click. Ah, oops. All right. I think this is okay. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, so you're gonna have Marissa and oops. Okay, let's just lock that. Hang up this. We're gonna have three of them initially, or maybe four. Um, I guess we could do four. Yeah, just want to see what it looks like. So group that, and then add spacing between them. So right, unlock this. For the last one, we could just get rid of the bottom border, right? Yeah. So the last one, ditch the bottom border. Okay, looks good. And then you'll have a simple call to action here, which is try it now, right? Uh, first call free. First call free. And this is going to be, what font was that? It's going to be a script. Let's pick one. Something just simple. This is okay. Yeah. All right. So the stone, 600, much smaller. Uh, Maybe make it more obvious. I'll make it lime. Oh yeah. Slightly tilted. Oh, beautiful. And then just draw. A bit too long. Okay. I guess this will be stone. Maybe this will be slightly lighter. The tilt kind of looks weird. I guess that's okay. But now this looks too scripty. So you want something that looks handwritten, but I mean, it's not so obviously like it's hard to read. Uh, yeah, something like that. This works. Slightly smaller, centered. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what I was after. All right. Cool. Awesome. So this could be stone, like 700 or something. Usually you would want this to be uh, tighter. So maybe like that. And possibly centered. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that. It feels a bit cluttered though. Maybe increase spacing here. Or actually, just make the text even bigger. Uh, there we go. 36. Okay. I feel like it would need some interesting element to break up the text, but I think it's okay as a starting point. This looks nice. You have Stone 200 as the background. Uh, yeah, looks good. I like this. All right, cool. So that gets us above the fold. And then below it, we're going to need enter again, maybe 16. I think it'd make a lot of sense to, be darker. Or enter that. Instead of a fixed background, I kind of feel like maybe a linear background would work better. So something that goes from a light color. So this could be like stone. I've always found this color picker to be a real pain, like a proper pain in the ass. Where are we? I'm guessing here, like maybe one of these. Here, we have a light version. No, that's way too dark. This could be white, and then the bottom could be. How do you pick the color, man? Like, I don't even know the names of the colors. I can't see them. You can't search, you can't see. All right, I think that's okay. Like, maybe this is okay. Is this iPhone SE? What is it? 320 by 801? Seems super long. I don't remember it being this long. And this doesn't come in bold? I kind of feel like a bold would look better. Anyway, okay. Or check out some sample conversation. So here we're going to be taking the text and then using the regular face. This is going to be like body text. Um, check out some sample conversation. Okay, make this a little bit spacier. And this could be lighter, a little bit lighter. 600 here. Actually, let's keep it 700. I want to make sure it's properly readable, especially with a darker background. Uh, okay, so yeah, and then we're going to show some audio files here. So we could do something similar to what we did earlier. So maybe like a white background. Or we could make it like semi-transparent, give it a bit of a stroke. No, looks too harsh. Yeah, that works. And play button here. Uh, okay, let's get the icon. One minute, 32 seconds, and that would be a bit lighter and maybe slightly smaller. So this would be slightly bigger. So since we're using green as sort of the action vibe, so I think that should carry through here as well. Um, we can change this to like a line, yeah, something like that, just to make it obvious that it's actually clickable, and that's the primary call to action. Right, so I think that looks okay. Yeah, I think that looks decent. So I would have another sample right below it, and that's a pretty good start for the portion of the page that's above the fold. I think it's a pretty good start. It needs to be spaced out a little bit. I feel like it's, yeah, something like that. Let me make this lighter. This could be spacier. Pick up a bit more space. I mean, it doesn't need to be so tight. And this isn't exactly aligned, so you have the image, and then the text, and then this at the very end. And you can drop the frame, you don't actually need it. This we can do, we can arrange as an auto layout group and have the text in the middle just of the container. So spacing is going to be, let's say, 5. Okay, yeah, that works. This just takes up the full width. And you can have some side spacing as well. So this would be horizontal padding, maybe like, yeah, 10, a little bit less. Yeah, 10 is okay. Right. And then we'll add that at the bottom. And now we can have this be an auto layout group as well. And I mean, this one is just going to stretch all the way to the end. And this is not going to be fixed. This is going to be fill. And yeah, that's going to be fill as well. All right, cool. So now you have like a proper component. And maybe you have the frame just a little bit smaller. I mean, now we're nitpicking. Like this is nitpicking, well into nitpicking territory here. Since we've already done this, this is going to become a component. So I'm going to turn this into a component. And that's going to be the entry, dial entry. Okay. And this would be optional. So you can have dial entry slash full, and then we can make another version that is dial entry slash last. And this version would not have the line. So this would be a component, create component, words. All right, so now you can go here and you can say, I don't want full, I want last. So this one would be the last entry. Okay, cool. I don't know what we benefited from doing all that. just feels like it was a huge waste of time, and it probably was. But I'll make sure to look out for that in the future. Not waste time on stupid crap. Cool. All right. Uh, anything else? That's awesome. Mind blowing is a big claim, and I think we can highlight that more by giving it. So first of all, like giving it some crazy color. Uh, something really nuts. I don't know what that would be. Like maybe, yeah, pink, like hot pink, and then a slightly lighter version of hot pink. Something crazy like that. And then you would have like thick lines coming out. Uh, three. How do you flip horizontal? Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna make a crazy claim like that, then might as well just go the whole way, right? This needs a background. Shadow. Sorry, it needs a shadow. The color is going to be one of the local colors. So this will be maybe maybe this shade here uh, at percent, and looks better. Yeah, looks better. I don't know. It feels off. I feel like there's something off about it, but okay. I mean, it's a good start. Let's keep going. We don't want to lose momentum here. Uh, there's some elements that I don't like. I realize we jumped into color, even though we're not supposed to jump into color just yet. But okay. Uh, I'm not feeling the freshness, it just feels more muted. I was hoping this is not the vibe that I was hoping for. I was hoping for something like a more fresh, more white, possibly like super bright colors, not something pastelly and muted. I just realized you probably don't want. I don't want something pastelly and muted like this. Um, I want a crazy in your face type vibe. I don't know if that works with like you want to make it feel like you're like this is some crazy technology. You don't want to make it feel like, oh, this has been around for 50 years. How do you communicate that? Okay, so let's try again. This is gonna be white, white background, and Okay, actually, instead of white, let's lean into the hot pink. I don't, I don't know how this is gonna end, but let's go. Okay, so lean into hot pink. That's gonna be, uh, okay, so it's maybe like a little bit lighter at the top and then down at the bottom. How are we looking? Right. So this is the part that's above the fold. Maybe switch it. Make this, switch it back. It seems too saturated for me. Uh, let's reduce the saturation a little bit, increase the lightness. Actually, increase the saturation with the increased lightness. And let me see that. I like it. Maybe like the light shade of the pink is helpful. So super light, but still got plenty of saturation, so it gives it that feel. This is going more orangey. This is more pinkish, green. All right, let's make it back into pink territory. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Wait, let's go back. Yeah, somewhere here. Somewhere here. And then just change this. So what color is that? Okay. Uh, no, actually let's take this. Um, this is just going to be, all right, so way darker. And then you need a complementary color, something that indicates call to action. Like, okay, this is the color that we're going to use for call to action. It can't be lime. I'm thinking maybe green, or emerald. Emerald, maybe teal. Oh, teal works. Teal. I'll make this teal. 600. Oh, that's better. Not sure about the text. Maybe the text needs to be stone. Just a bit darker. Okay, that's better. That works better. I don't like the shadow anymore, so this needs to change. And this is probably going to go to 340, just like that one, and give it way more saturation. Like 18, too much blur. Oh, maybe zero blur. I like this vibe. Yeah, that vibe works. Okay. All right. Looks good. This is going to change to teal. So teal 100, teal 700. Background is going to change. So let's modify this. The rectangle here is going to have a background of white, but maybe a little bit brighter. And then I don't know about like maybe instead of having that, we'll just have the drop shadow with zero blur and then 3, 3, right? And this was going to be like 40 with more saturation, less lightning. Yeah, something like that. What am I doing? All right, there we go. Yeah, this works. I like this vibe. I mean, I don't think I've ever built a site with hot pink, but it's vibing. Like this is definitely a vibe that I think will work. Um, I will keep this as the above the fold piece. The background is perfect, so we'll now need to uh, add the actual background here. So I'll copy the background from here, copy properties, paste it here, and then right here, it's gonna get locked, and then drop the background. Well, probably drop it to like, yeah, white, and then we'll get to build the remainder of the screen. So and I mean, while you're doing this, like maybe it would make more sense to also modify the font. So instead of using something like Enter, I'm kind of thinking something like a bit less serious. Okay, that's a bit too much. Something more round. What's that famous round font? I forgot. Yeah, something like this, but a bit fatter. I don't know. I think I need to round font. Google. Some round Google fonts. That's what we want. Varela round. Best rounded Google fonts. Let's take a look. Okay, Varela. Pretty nice. Varela round. Okay. Does it come? Oh, no. I want something round. Like best rounded Google fonts. Okay. Blue, Varela round. Quicksand. Okay, that looks nice. Quicksand. Ooh, okay. And it's bold. Oh, that looks nice. That looks really nice. Wow. Okay. All right. I mean, if only we were a little bit thicker. Okay. If only it were a little bit thicker. I really like this font. Conforta. I'll just try one more. Conforta. All right. It's nice too, but I preferred Quicksand. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm definitely feeling quicksand. All right, so quicksand font pairings. That's what you want. So we got our sort of header font, uh, plus good font pairings. Yeah, you want something that works well with quicksand. So uh, Museo. All right, where's the quicksand going? Quicksand. Hmm. Where are the pairings? Okay, so Oswald for the headers. No, oxygen. Oxygen works with quicksand. Helvetica. Maybe. Maybe Helvetica. Um, okay, let's try Helvetica. That works. Yeah, just plain Helvetica. No need to go crazy, right? Plain Helvetica. Do that. All right. Make this a little bit bigger. 16. Dare I go up to 16? All right. Nice. Okay. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Cool. All right. So now we add the quote here at the bottom. The testimonial looks a bit long. I mean, honestly, would I use that? I don't know. Why is it so long? Right. So I would make it like this. So this is going to be big, maybe 24. Let's see. Ah, yeah, I'm not really sure about the design here, but maybe it's okay. Yeah, we'll come back to the testimonial section. 10x better and still cheaper than your lazy ass. Really?
That's the coffee we're going with? Thanks better and still cheaper than your lazy ass therapist. Oh man. Um, And the worst part about like designing in Figma is I just feel like it's a never-ending slog. It just keeps going and going and going. And you're designing it like one component at a time. Oh, man, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it at all. I don't have so many things left. It's like an FAQ section, pricing, and that's it. Like that's it for the main page. It's pretty straightforward. It's kind of this whole kind of vibe reminds me of Duolingo. Oh, Antonio, he had a Duolingo clone going. See what their landing page looks like. Wow, love the animation. I think they're using Rive for this. Oh, look, is he following the mouse? No, he's not. Okay, man, those animations are really something. Ah, love it. Very cool. All right, and we're back to this design, and I just feel depressed again. Man, I should stop doing that. All right. I think instead of slogging through these one at a time, what I'll do is I'll just add all the content onto the page, and then that way, like we do the design process once, so it just feels less demotivating. So here we go. Well, if you're assuming that they don't actually have a therapist, then maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay to attack therapists like this, right? Um, because they don't have therapists, so it's not like they feel uh, 36 entered 20. All right, that's going to be pink. We do have pink, so maybe you can use the pink style that already exists. This would be pink, like probably closer to 700. I don't know. There's an HTML entity for send. This one. Yeah, I'm just make it the same color. And maybe just like have a bit of transparency. Yeah, something like that. Okay, try first of all three. Okay, so we're gonna have buttons. It only makes sense to have buttons fully rounded. All right. All right. We're just at the 1 hour mark. I I feel like I need a break, so I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and hopefully wrap up the FAQs, benefits, and coming soon. We'll come back and wrap up FAQs, benefits, and coming soon, and then the remaining screens, which should be like after you've completed that first screen, you've got the vibe in place. You know, it should be a lot easier to go through the remaining ones because you know you're going to be copy pasting a whole lot. So yeah, we're pretty close to finishing up the design, I think, and then polish implementation. That's gonna be fun, but straightforward. So I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, we're back. Let's see. Hmm. Where are we? All right, so we got to the pricing section, and um, all right, pretty provocative. Let's see. So now we get to the FAQ section. Okay, this is going to be FAQs. Man, I love this spot. Is it? Okay, done. Here. Oh, what's going on? Is it really a real-time conversation? Like, for real? Okay. All right. The answer below. That's going to be regular. Here, I mean, I think if you can have like a curly line, that would be fantastic. But I'm just going to use underline here. How do the AI therapy sessions work? I think for the font, we could probably use, and so I just put together a few questions. Okay, all right, benefits. All right. I think we've got like well, all of the content done on that first page. Um, Looks pretty good. I think we've got everything that we need here. It does feel a bit bare, like empty and repetitive because it's text heavy. I think there's definitely stuff that you can do to make it more interesting just visually, but maybe like more of these elements like this, more of those elements. Huh. Trying to think like what that might actually look like. Probably illustrations. I think it's definitely lacking on illustrations. You could have this kind of reminds me of Front App. Was it Front App? No, not really. It was probably an old brand. What design looks like this? Like pinkish and then, informal type vibe. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not really sure. All right. I'll try and see if I can find illustrations to use. And I remember seeing there was a site. What was it? Tabular icons, transparent texture. Best web design inspiration. Maybe. Uh, Background remover. No, there was this tabular icon, Retracer. Maybe. No, there was this website which had like illustrations, just all sorts of illustrations, really cool ones, and I don't remember where it was. I mean, best of the best. Yeah, cool. But this is kind of useless to me right now. I want actual illustrations I can use that I can just, quickly copy and paste. I think I might have had it on my laptop. Let me check my laptop. No, not on my laptop. Where did I put it? Where did I put that bookmark? Was it Flat Icon? I think it was Flat Icon. Or maybe one of the Flat Icon websites. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it was one of these. Um, FreePeg. How do you do? Yeah, I don't know. Like they have a bunch of websites, and I'm not really sure. I think it might have been one of them, but I don't remember illustrations. Yeah, I don't know. My experience with AI image generators or illustration generators is actually really bad. So I don't know that this is actually going to work. Sketch to image, AI image generator, upscaler. Hmm. Um, let's give it a shot. Why not? Okay. Describe what you want to see. A therapist sitting on a leather couch with a welcoming smile and notepad in hand. Okay. What stars do you want? Um, all right, just give me a sec. Let's see what we got here. Great. Sign up for free. Icon. I think I recently signed up to Flat Icon. Okay, so signed in, but it lost my prompt. Fantastic. I need to go back and see what prompt I actually typed in. So what did I want? A therapist, a female therapist sitting on a leather couch, notepad in hand, with a welcoming smile. Okay. Oh, these are photorealistic. Let's actually pick something more cartoony. Mock out comic sketch. Uh, yeah, pixel art. Okay, so we'll just use one of the freestyles for now. I want to get a feel for what it actually looks like, pastel. All right, and then framing. This is going to be panoramic. Lighting is going to be, let's say, studio. All right, let's go. This is cartoony. What did I pick? Pixel art. Hello? What is wrong with this? Load more. Are you just ignoring my options here? This is not pixel art. Cartoon then? Ah, okay. All right, so now pixel art. Okay. Didn't actually get. And why are you holding two pens? Didn't actually get to the point where we, generate like useful images. I guess I could try Mid-Journey on my own, but I don't think it's. I mean, I've tried it before. Not great. think pixel art would work. Would it? Maybe? I don't know. Possibly. It's possible pixel art might work. Um, I suspect duotone would work even better. Where was it? Yeah, so it doesn't look that great. I want to try instead of pixel art like cartoon style. Yeah, this one, this last one seems pretty good. Obviously, the outfit needs some work, but I think it's a good starting point. Possibly this one too. I'm not really sure. I need to place it to see how that would look. Um, yeah, so let's go with that fourth one. Right, so let's just try moving this down, embed the image in there, and see how it looks. Probably too big and detailed, and you can make it smaller, but it would still be too intricate or detailed. You want it less detailed, so let's vary the fourth one. Um, I don't know if just saying less intricate is okay. Anyway, I'm not going to let this hold everything up. So if we're able to get a good illustration pretty quickly, then great, we'll use that. Otherwise, we got to move, boys. We got to move. We can't keep wasting time on this. And maybe we can circle back and, check out, oh, God, we're still generating. Okay, this is not that. Okay, that's much better. Nice. Still looks pretty intricate and detailed. I mean, maybe the second one? Possibly. Second one? Yeah. It works. I mean, you could even add it here to the very top, um, maybe as some sort of background image. If you're creative, you could. Let me try. Okay, first off, you need to remove the background. So I'll take this, save. No, save image as. All right, and then let's remove the background. I'll show you exactly how I'm doing this, but I just need to sign in first. Am I already signed in? Okay. So here it is. You find your image, and then you drop it in here. Oh, invalid image type. I don't know why Discord generates WebP images. All right, I gotta leave now. I'll be back in a bit. does look better, in my opinion. Looks really nice the way it blends. Frequently asked questions. Maybe you can find something that um, coming soon. Like for coming soon, you could probably come up with, let's see. I'll try and generate an illustration real quick that we can use for this. Where, what am I looking for? Arc, right. So for this bit, let's generate um, same style, but it's going to be an empty desk, tools scattered, blueprint. Yeah, something like that. And I think there's also a way to specify a reference image so that you generate something. We can copy the URL, copy image address. That provides a style reference. To get something that's kind of similar, I'm guessing like similar style. That's nice. It needs to be zoomed out so that you can remove the background effectively. This, yeah, something like this, like a variation of this. Why is this not working? Then instead of tools scattered, we can make this drawing tool. Wide view. Oh, this worked. I thought it didn't work the first time. Nice. Yeah, this is nice. And if we can pick up the same color reference, that would be perfect. Okay, I mean, it needs to be a bit more zoomed out, so or maybe zoomed in. Top view, desk, scattered, drawing tools, blueprint. Yeah, something like that. Top view is better because that'll fit nicer in here. I'm trying to think like some image for the coming soon section would be nice. And then possibly like an image for every single one of these, not the FAQs, but the benefits. Either an image or an icon, possibly possibly an icon if we can't find like proper images. Um, Yeah, still waiting for this image. This maybe that one. I don't know. Like it's between this one and possibly this other one here. So a variant of four, maybe. Tuned. We're getting there. The images are pretty good. We're getting there. I actually like the illustration style. I think it works well with this sort of color scheme. And you can modify the blend mode so you get an image that's pretty close to what you're looking for. Not this, but even the brown. Like I think the stone hue here is okay. And you can change the tint so you get something exactly like what you're after. Uh, More earthy, less saturated. All right, let's see. Yeah, okay. This is okay. Maybe this one. Yeah, probably this one. I don't know what this thing with the knife is. Scissors? What is that? A compass. I meant compass like the drawing thing, not a compass like a for navigation. Uh, yeah, maybe upscale 4. Oh, you can zoom out. Yeah, that's what you want. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the background removal tool and hmm, Maybe try giving this a shot. I'll give it the same prompt that I had from here. Black or white. Is it generating something? Mm, not exactly. Not exactly what I'm after. That's pretty horrible. Low poly? Alright, this is taking way too long. It's kind of pointless. I'm going to ignore it for now, and we'll come back to it. Like, we'll see if we can actually generate proper illustrations later. But for now, I'm just going with the ones that we already have here. Okay. Then on desktop view, let's see what that's going to look like. That's a problem. It's like this is only mobile view. We need to get to desktop view, and we also need to finish up the remaining screens. So I think that's what I'll do now is get to the remaining screens. Let's stop this, stop that. I don't think I need this. I'm just gonna move it over to the side and come back to our little design here. So for now, we're not actually going to be going here. We're not going to be redirecting to, we're not going to be showing Google on Emoto the way I envisioned it originally. Instead, what's going to happen is we could display Emoto, just letting users know that we're going to redirect them a to a sign up flow. So that way, they're not shocked. Right. So all right, for this, All right, so you just have like a quick interstitial before you're redirected to the sign up page. All right, so when you get back, um, we want to automatically start the call. Since you already have a credit, we should automatically start the call. So call with Kelly. And let's see, I'm going to, so obviously all of this will be unnecessary on the call screen. We're going to get rid of that. Um, chop this down to size, maybe something like that. And then, okay, I don't think we need the image in the background. We will have the text itself, so showing the duration of the call. This is just going to be Helvetica. Helvetica. All right, this will be like 24. Doesn't need to be huge. It doesn't need to be dark either. I think this could be even smaller. And then we could show the bounds. And then you could have the So this would be the end call button. Let's say 48 by 48. And end call, I think, is going to be, what would the end call look like? Oh, it's the same icon, but it's pointed down. Call phone. Huh, interesting. All right. Phone X, phone calling, phone incoming, phone outgoing. I guess we just take the icon and then run with it. So you could just take the phone, the typical phone icon, and then just twist twist this so it's pointing downwards, and that should do it. Yeah, something like that. I would maybe like maybe just modify these points so they're less. Actually, no, I don't trust enough in my skills not to mess it up. So, alright, so just the hang up button, and then this message down here. Maybe you can make it white. Actually, this would make more sense to have as like that. Just be like white 5, and then that would be a darker color, so maybe stone, like 700. If there's anything else on this screen that we need to add. Yeah, looks good. I think it looks decent. There are going to be a lot of states on this screen, so um, I'd prefer just keeping it simple and not adding crap. The current version that we had here, hello world, start conversation, call duration, current balance. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's all pretty much there. Um, I don't think I would change anything. You can add, so you have the top up balance, that'll be a dialogue, so we can design it so it looks like all the other dialogues, which is like this sort of vibe. I don't know if it'd be that or if it'd be more like stone. Probably give it more of a stone vibe. Yeah, I think that works better. This looks too big. Make this. I think just make it more of like an actual modal. So instead of pink, make it stone 700. This be stone like 100. Nice. Looks beautiful, yo. All right, and then so you're gonna have a variant of this where you have the modal. So I'll use the same modal that we have here. So that's gonna be the background. That's gonna be the title. All right, so put that here. Okay, and then here. I guess you could make this like stone 100 and then make this white. That'd be like one way to do it. And this would be 700. Okay. I'll probably add a stroke as well. So give it a nice clear stroke. And stone 50. Yeah, that works. Actually, no. Looks too. Like, if you're there, you might as well just make it white. And then this one turns to, like, stone 280 or 100. I don't know. I feel like it needs to be lighter, but at the same time, yeah, stone 100 and then make this white. This seems like it's too big. Okay. Background here seems too dark. Like, I'm leaning towards stone 50, but I don't know if that's enough for this. Maybe it is. All right, let's get the button. And then we'll have, maybe instead of an amount, since we're not going to be doing amount, it would make more sense to have like some predefined figures. So like how many minutes you want to top up. You can add like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 5 minutes would be $2.5. So maybe do like 10 minutes for $5, half an hour or 1 hour. Yeah, I think that would make more sense. So you would just have like three options. Um, All right, so this we're going to give the same effect as we do here. So just copy properties and paste it right on here. I guess maybe just like specify which properties you actually want. That's not really working. All right, I feel like this is good. I had where is it? AI Dollar. I had a description somewhere here for auto refill. Where is it? Auto recharge. Okay, so we'll use that here. And this will be slightly lighter. Cool. All right, I'm gonna need to come back. We'll take a quick break and we will be back. We're at the 5 hour mark now.
All right, we're back. Check on the stream, see how things are going. Let's take a look. Looks good. All right. Let's see. This is looking pretty good. You have the options. I mean, here, since we changed this, I think it would make more sense to have these um, with like slightly darker backgrounds, maybe stone 100. Yeah, yeah, that looks good. Have this with maybe two. It's a bit too strong. I'm thinking maybe, or maybe it's too big. I'm not really sure. Possibly too big. Like it would either need to be way bigger, like 15. It's too close in size to the text over here. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah, that looks okay. All right, cool. And then the last one is the call log screen. Um, yeah, this one should be pretty simple. The background is just going to be plain white. Yeah, just plain white. Call logs. Um, I don't think you need any of those. Take text from here. So you'll have the name of the AI, possibly the image. I don't know if we're going to give them images. If we are, then we could include the images here. So that'd be the image of the AI, when the call actually took place, so 2 days ago, the relative time to be slightly lighter. And then the duration of the call. So it'll be like 2 minutes, 36 seconds, or whatever it is. Yeah, okay. That'll do. So I think I could use a line as well. Just super light, so like stone 100. But just there to kind of create that separation between the entries. Yeah, that's it. I think that's all you need. Make this a little bit smaller. Beautiful. That does it. And that covers everything. And this should be gold. I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, this has to be gold. Like, no, it doesn't work. Uh, maybe this? No. All right, never mind. It needs to be more prominent. I'm not exactly sure like how you can do that. Maybe just have it pulsate or something. I don't know. It does need to be more prominent. Anyway, I think we're at the point where we have everything we need. Like, I don't know what else you want to change about this. We have the mobile view set up for all of this. We don't have the desktop view yet. Um, so I think that remains to be implemented. Um, how would I make this desktop view? I'm gonna do that real quick. Yeah, let's do it. Get some water. All right. Oh, by the way, one thing I didn't add to this list is the actual launch, right? Launch prep and then launch. Okay. So, proper design in Figma. I guess for this part, you're not going to need the reference here. All you really need is, um, let's see, we're going to have to create the frame for our desktop. Um, and this is the worst. I hate this part. It's going to end up looking horrible. But hey, it's better to do it here than try to wing it in the design itself. It just ends up looking way worse. So you need to define your bounds. I typically do like maybe 120 on either side. Or 160, yeah. So this is 1440 minus 160 is 1280. No, 160? Is this 1440? Yeah, minus 160 is going to be 1340. 1280, yeah. 1280, that's just over here. Alright, cool. Blow that up. I guess what you could do is have this align left and then um, move these guys in. Like you can show the demo itself over on the right side. Oh man, this is really annoying. Let's lock it. All right, so you would show this, and then have the demo itself right over here. And then this text would be featured more prominently. I would imagine like this would be way bigger. And then maybe the arrow flipped horizontally. And then listen to some sample conversations. So this maybe will align left, make it a little bit larger, and then have the sample conversations here. Not really sure where I'm supposed to keep it. Maybe leave it here off to the side. This feels off, like it's not balanced, and I don't know how to fix it. It's unclear, like what the hierarchy is. Like what's the actual CTA you're trying to? What's the primary CTA? What do you want the user to actually do? There's a lot of stuff that's competing for attention here, and that's why it feels off to me. Here, it's not as complicated because it's pretty clear. It's constrained in scope, so it's pretty obvious like what the CTA is. Here, there's just too much going on. Like I imagine maybe the background here needs to be way lighter, more subdued. Yeah, 40% maybe. And then the green, maybe just replace the green, or teal rather. Or keep it. I don't know. Let's do the rest of the page and then see. I don't like it at all. On desktop, it just looks horrible. There's this website, Penny UK. I keep coming back to. Is it not this? Where is it? Penny. Oh, they changed the site. Like super simple, it's really straightforward. You have a wide view, but it's still one column. It's wide view, but still one column, and they pull it off by like using really large text and like big chunky images. I don't even know how it works, honestly. It looks good. Like I don't have any problems with it. I just don't know how they pull it off. Oh, they're using Framer. Nice. Very cool. Squarespace. It's hosted on Squarespace? Weird. Anyway, what does that have anything to do with this? Yeah, so I was trying to figure out like how we can use a similar style to create like a one column, a big chunky like one column layout. We need like massive text, lots of white space, um, no images, surprisingly, at least no illustrations. It's super simple, like plain background. Yeah. What did it look like on mobile? What? That looked super weird, man. What is that? Why does that have a white background in there? Oh man, I'm disappointed. That looks disgusting. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we're better off just using some sort of ready-made template, Framer templates. Are there any Framer, simple Framer templates I can use? I always do this, man. I always do this. Like I build a design and then I look at it, looks like crap, and then I think, all right, I'm just going to use Framer. But realistically, how are you going to integrate a Framer website with the Next.js app? Like how on earth is that going to work? I'll tell you how. It's not. It's not going to work. It just doesn't make any sense. But here I am, staring at a bunch of really nice looking Framer websites. Oh man. What about Next.js templates? Maybe that exists. Or I guess really what you're saying is not even in Next.js, like Tailwind, I know they have their own templates, right? Uh, Tailwind templates. Okay, sir. Or HTML templates in general. Man, it's like the same problem. Everybody, I'm certain everybody has this sort of issue, and just continuously faces this sort of issue. Wow, this looks so beautiful. Just looks sick, and it's so beautiful. And I'm sure it's gonna look stunning on mobile too. Look at that. Oh, gorgeous. All right, enough, enough, enough. We gotta get somewhere. Gorgeous. Oh man. No, never heard about that. Looks disgusting, man. Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. What am I doing? Where am I? Ugh. Actually, looks pretty sick. Look at that. Very nice. I mean, it's not fantastic, but it works. Do they have themes, or is it just one color? Oh man, no, it's just one color. It's dark too, and I don't want to use this color scheme. No. Sorry. Sucks. All right, so coming back to this, I kind of feel like we keep coming back to this, and I like this big chunky text type design, and maybe that's what you need. You don't need like multiple columns. You can just use one. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, give it a shot. Let's see. Maybe it looks okay. One column. All right, cool. So I'm not going to bother with the desktop design then. In that case, all I'm going to do is build the actual design on mobile. And then when we scale up to desktop, at that point, I'll start thinking about like how we can make it look kind of similar to the Penny site. Hopefully, I guess we need to make some modifications. I see some stuff going on here with two columns too, possibly. But I think we can make it work. You just don't use, like, you have lots of white space, but there's no content on the ends. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, you can use that. And probably drop the illustration. Maybe. Yeah, it's not necessary. And the fold, how do you do the fold? Okay. Lots of white space. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's go. So the bit that's going to take the longest is uh, the bit that's going to take the longest is the landing page. So we should start there. Oh, actually, like first thing you're going to do is you're going to add the component library for which we're going to be using ShadCN. So let's go ahead and install that. No, we're not creating a new app. There's default in New York. Let's take a look. That's default. That's New York. Definitely default. Default. Wait. No, actually. Instead of slate, it's going to be stone. Okay. Please import the font in the root layout. Okay, I'm going to move this over to my other screen so I can focus here. Let's go to layout. We're using enter here, but we can use any font. We decided to use Helvetica for that. But is that available on Google Fonts? No. Can you just download the Helvetica font and use it? Apparently so. Right, but how do you use it? Okay, so I guess the way I would do this is just create a directory called fonts in here, and then add all our fonts there, and then ask. I'd like to use the Helvetica font. Create a font configuration file. Fonts.ts in your styles directory. Okay. So this is inside public? Right. And inside your styles directory, I don't have a styles directory. Okay, that's it. Then you'd be able to use it. Okay. Uh, I thought we had this set up. Yeah, so I'm surprised this isn't working. Like you can't do add/fonts. Okay. Let's see if that works. All right. Is that using the Helvetica font? Let's see. Just wait for that to refresh. I mean, there are more fonts than just Helvetica and Helvetica. Like, where is it? Public fonts. Yeah, those are the ones I'm using, like Helvetica Regular and Helvetica Bold. Like, it's just those two. I don't think we need anything else. And then for the heading, you're going to need um, the other font. Failed to compile. Cannot resolve. Huh. Okay. Yeah. I mean, not exactly sure how we're going to access. Uh, let's try now. Can't resolve fonts. Helvetica Bold. Yeah. How do you give it access to the public directory? I don't know. Hmm. Next local font. Let's see. In a styles folder at the root of your app directory. Okay. So presumably you need to move the fonts in there too, right? Yeah. And then now you can access it like so. Let's see if that works. No, still can't resolve it. It's weird. Just a sec. All right. Still can't resolve. So I think what we need to do is move style inside the app directory. I don't think so. That sounds off. Same thing. I still can't resolve anything. And try this one more time after restarting the server. If it doesn't work, just screw it, man. Like, drop the custom font and just go with the native font. Not working. Let's kill it, man. Kill it. Go back here, and we're going to be using Enter for the body font then, in that case. And let me just see how that was implemented here. So import Enter as font sans. Okay. Const font sans equals blah blah. Alright. And then class name is CN. Okay, so you gotta import CN as well. And then here you just do font sans dot variable. Okay, alright. So body becomes this. Okay. Alright. Let's refresh. Yeah, it looks fine. I mean, we're using Enter here, so looks totally fine. That's okay. Alright, we need to add the other font, which is our heading font. And this one is called Quicksand as font heading. Or I think they call it display, right? I guess you could just do this. But how do you use it? I guess you need to have a file where you declare them, and then you'll be able to use them there. So we could just have a fonts.ts file here. And do this. And you can import it from fonts. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, works fine. And then let's just make sure that the display font works too. So if I go to page, and then here I want to use a display font. So let's say we're doing h1 class name equals, yeah. I actually haven't defined. You'd probably be better off defining your display font here in the tailwind config instead of using like some layout thing. How do you do that? So font family and I don't know what this does exactly, to be honest. I think you just have to add it to the layout. So it gets added to the CSS tree somehow. And then as a result, let me just try this and see. So we're adding it here. You're gonna have sans, and then you'll have display and font display. And just delete that. Okay, let's see if that does the trick. No, it does nothing. That actually worked. Uh, Looks like it's using the right font. Yeah, it is. It is using the right font. So, um, how would you add this to Tailwind? I guess what you would do is, um, hmm, with Tailwind, there it is. Ah, okay. So you add it to the variable, and then inside, okay. All right, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, this is exactly what I was hoping for. So you would um, you would pass the variable. Cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so we'd go to here, and then we'd say variable font sans. I don't know what display swap is, but okay. We'll include that. Font sans and font display. The part that I was missing was I didn't actually add it to the class name here. So that's the bit that was missing. So we'll add that to HTML. And then, so font sans, font display. And here, you can just do text dash sans. Okay. Give it a shot. Oh, I forgot. Update tailwind to use the same variables. So font sans and font display. Oh, we are. I forgot. You have to use var? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my bad. There we go. Finally. Oh, God.
Who knew it'd be so difficult? Dear God. Okay, cool. So now we can begin. So let's start implementing the design. I move this off to the side, just so that I get a better view and I'd be able to actually implement the design at the same time. I don't know if there's a way that I can do this so you can see it too. All right, never mind. I'm just gonna go. So, all right. So layout has main. If you're signed in, then we show you a user button and then a bunch of children. Um, no. If you're signed in, if you're signed out, well, I guess it's not going to matter for the landing page. Like, landing page doesn't matter. Um, if we're not using the landing page, if you're actually using the call, we can have an off layout, and call would go into the off layout, and post sign up. Yeah, I mean, for this you'd need to be signed up too, right? So that'd be auth protected as well. So inside here, we'd have a layout file. Layout.css. And here we can use something similar to what we had here. But you could actually require that. So export default function layout children. Read only? What is that? I don't know. And then you'll just return signed in children. So for this, you're basically saying, all right, if you're signed out, you won't be able to sign in. You won't be able to view this page. But if you're signed in, then you will. So that's basically it. And here, it wouldn't matter, so we're just going to drop all this and, you know, show children regardless. It doesn't matter. Maybe we'll use this later, maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. Global.css, do we have anything in there? I think this was all added by Shatsian. Like, it just messes with your CSS everywhere. Anyway, so, all right. So here we'll start with the header, voice calls with mind-blowing. This is wrapped with a span, and you can give the span a color. Let's say pink, 600. The whole thing is text 4XL font display font black centered.
And we are going from the background goes from white to pink 100. So uh, EG gradient to bottom from white to pink 100, and then max width, I don't know, like 4XL, not really sure. And then so MX Auto, this is for desktop. And then inside here, it's going to be centered. You're going to have um, the call list of therapists, I guess, list of therapists. And then, all right. And then four, listen to some sample conversations completely. I actually think this would be a flex call and then centered. So just center all the items. What's the default color? I guess here it would be, what is it? Stone 700. So text stone 700. Yeah, cool. For this bit, like the part that's actually above the fold, min height is going to be screen. And I guess on mobile you can make it min height screen. This on mobile is going to be PX4, and then on desktop it's going to be 0. Okay. Surprised this doesn't get centered automatically. It's weird. Okay, so text center. Of course, I think like by default, like all of the text is going to be text stone 700, so might as well just put that right in there. And then any text that isn't, you'll modify. So function sample. So here we'll have some sample calls.
List of therapists. I think for this, we can. Where are our components? Components. Why is it empty? Oh, do I need to install the components? Oh, right. I need to install all components individually? And I just had to read the instructions instead of having to create it myself. Components, you have UI, and then hmm, what? What's wrong with this? You have the apps and components outside the app directory. What is the problem? Auth call slug. This isn't working? No, it should be working just fine. Yeah, I think this is losing it. Probably just need to close VS Code, reopen it. Scroll area. It kind of seems to me like this might be a scroll area, but I don't think it's necessary. Like the list of therapists, it's not going to be a scroll area. I'm going to get the structure in place, and then we can work on the uh, the specifics later. So this part is the pink. Yeah, this whole area is going to be the pink. That's going to be the pink area right there. So uh, let's go ahead and include that. So this will be above the fold. And then testimonial. And for this, I mean, just have testimonial, right? Or just have a div. Yeah, we'll get to the rest later. This is a header. Okay. All right, and then pricing. So here I'll have an SVG, strike through SVG, strike. I just randomly remembered this website, which had a really cool vibe. They changed the site, of course. I think that always happens whenever they start growing a little bit. You start seeing less of that original messaging and more of like some generic corporate crap. Text decoration. Creative. But you can do it easily with SVG. I don't think you need to do that. All right, so for button, BG primary. Where do you find, where do you define BG primary? Is that in global primary? There's dark mode. No thanks. I don't have enough time to implement dark mode and light mode. I am sorry. Not gonna happen. I'm just gonna put it as a comment right down here. Okay, so primary is going to be, I don't know what this color scheme is. I mean, is there a way to reference tailwind colors in here? Um,
Oh, okay. All right. So you define them using those numeric ones, and then you can reference them. But this is the opposite of what we want. We want to be able to reference the original colors inside the CSS file. Reference tailwind colors in CSS file. The theme function. Ah, okay, cool. Beautiful. Ah, okay, beautiful. All right, so here you can come to primary and just do theme colors dot pink dot 600, and primary foreground is white. So we got right, and then um, text primary foreground inline flex. As here, like you could do font sans. So when you come back here, you should find that your button. What? It's not working? Did you save this? It did indeed. Huh. Weird. And it is the default one, so BG primary, text primary foreground. Yeah. Hover BG primary over 90. So why doesn't it work? Don't know. Did you save this file? Yeah, yeah, I did. Primary foreground. BG primary, there it is. I guess it's because in dark mode, we got rid of the dark mode. Is that why? Are we in dark mode? I don't know. No, it's not the dark mode thing. Oh, guys, I'm gonna need to take a break now. I got a call. I'll be done in like 20 minutes, so I'll be right back.
Guys, we're back. Here we go. Let's see. Where are we at now? So, working on the landing page, I was trying to figure out like why this button, doesn't show up correctly for some reason. Prop class name did not match. VSC initialized? What is that? VS Code? Maybe? Is there some sort of extension here that's using VS Code? I don't know. Anyway, so primary, I've set primary, and then inside the button you have BG primary, text primary foreground, and then hover. And your default is BG primary. So, I mean, why is this not working, right? What if I did, oh, let's see. I'm going to make this BG Paint 600 text white. Does that work? There it is. It did work. Why does BG primary not work? Huh. Do I need to do something to tell it? Okay, so you have HSL var. Ah, HSL. Okay, all right. That's probably it. And same for this. So you don't want to be using HSL. There you go. All right, okay. I get it. I get it now. That was defined as HSL, which is why it wasn't working. Now that I got rid of that, it is working. Excellent. Cool. So one more thing that I wanted to add to the button was that background thing. So basically, it's a shadow. Not sure how you would set this. So shadow MD, but at the same time, you want the shadow to have a blur of. Let's see. At the same time, you want the shadow to have a blur, and it's fully rounded, by the way. I just can. Why doesn't it do autocomplete for this? And that's my worst part about like modifying this. Rounded full, and then maybe shadow MD. Yeah, rounded full works. Shadow isn't working. So if we go back to button, here you can do shadow. Yeah, I'll just check tailwind. How do you do a custom shadow? Okay. I think this is blur. I don't know what name I'd give it. So hard. So that's the blur value. And this is the X and the Y. So that's going to be 3, let's say 3 pixels here. And just keep it at that. So let's see. Box shadow hard. So I'm just going to make this shadow hard. Oh, cool. Okay. It's not exactly what I was expecting. So let's take a look at the shadow. I'm gonna need to know what these properties are. So syntax, you have inset, length values, and a color. For length values, we have three values. No, we have four values. Spread radius. Third value is blur radius. So first two are offset X and Y. So this will be 3 px, 3 px. Blur radius is going to be 0, and spread radius, also 0. All right, there we go. That's our button. Excellent. So now we can use a button like this, and it looks perfect. Actually, it doesn't. We need to use the right font. So let's go ahead and do that. So font, display. Perfect. Font bold. Are we using text SM? No, I don't want text SM. There we go. That's perfect. It's actually surprisingly simple to modify these Shatsian components. I thought it was going to be a nightmare. I guess, I mean, it wasn't easy, but it did require some digging. Anyway, so that's the basic button. I don't think we need any other button, so that's enough for us. Now we need the heading. So heading, we use H3, that's going to be FAQs. And here we're going to use text pink like 500, text to Excel, font bold, font heading, or display, right? Leading type. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're not actually using that. Cool. FAQ section, I'll just put that down here. We're probably going to use an accordion for that. And then, but why aren't these within our, like we're supposed to have a, PX4, right. Hmm. Yep. So under that, we have another testimonial. We have a benefits section. All right, coming together nicely. Ah, alrighty then. So mind blowing here, we're going to put these streak things on the left and the right side. So that's the SVG here. All right. So, I think the way I do it is there are multiple ways you can do this. The easiest would be to just make it a flex. Put like gap x2 or something and justify center and just include the SVGs directly in there. I'll do this for both sides. And wrap this with like a span or something. Let's see. There it is. I don't think that's centered properly. Align center? Or items? Okay, items center. That's what you want. All right, so that's my blowing. And then I want to put the image of the therapist in the couch. Not sure how we're going to export that. Uh, yeah, there it is. Tiny PNG. So I'm going to use it as a PNG, but oh, you can't paste? I already had the image here. Oh, actually, I wanted to. Oh, you can set the blend mode. Okay. All right. So the new size is 120 kilobytes. Also pretty big, but I think the image itself is quite large. We don't need it to be this large. You can make it smaller. So maybe we can export this. That's- Okay, so all right, cool. So this will go to public, and oh, I think that's too small actually. I think that's probably too small. Unless you're just going to share it exclusively on mobile, in which case maybe it's okay. And then you hide it on desktop. I guess you could probably do that. You could probably do that. Just have it exclusively on mobile. So where are we at? Yeah, I put it here. So maybe do like relative here, and then just image src equals what was it called? AG count. We'll just put the size exactly as it was. So that's 155 by 157. What's wrong? Props property? What is this? Did you import image? Yeah, oh, if it's 155, why is it so big? Hmm, indeed, 155 by 157. Hmm. Oh, it's overlay. What's going on? Why is this not? Having the z-index has no effect, and I think it's because the text itself doesn't have positioning, so it will always end up in front of it. Instead, maybe what we could do, how do I get the image to show up? Couch image to show up as a behind the text. Yeah, I already did that. Z minus one. It just disappears. Right? I doubt that would work. Didn't work. Anyway, I'm gonna take a breather here. We'll stop streaming for the day, and I'll try and wrap this up in the last session of the day. Just finish the implementation for the landing page as well as the sub pages. So yeah, so with any luck, we'd have this done by today. I'll see you guys in the next and hopefully last stream. Adios.